Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Good. Okay, cool. All right. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, all spectators, please be in your seats. We're about to start. This will be your photo opportunity, so please take your pictures now. We're going to be bringing everybody around the moment to take all your pictures right now. Good? Yes? All right, now, athletes, do as carefully as you can. Turn around and face that way. So you come out here and bring your guards up to this line here, facing this way, okay? And you're staying over the door. So you just come. All right? Come on. Two rows. Take it back up. That way you can see. That's the one.
Good afternoon to everyone, players, coaches, officials, volunteers, families, and fans. It is an honor to welcome you to the APFC Americas Cup 2025, presented by Argentina, a tournament that celebrates not only the sport, but also sport, inclusion, teamwork, and the dream of qualifying to the FIFA Power Football World Cup Argentina 2026. Thank you to the player for the dedication, passion, and sacrifice, and for making this sport better every day. This event demonstrates that Power Football is about talent, strategy, and constant improvement. Ensure yourself, compete with your respect, and live every minute to the fullest. Thank you, Argentina 360, US Power Soccer Association, MK Battery, Power Professor, UNSPOR, Buildup, the second team, Spark Digital Studio, and FIFA for the sport, and especially Hegel presenting the sponsor. I officially declare the APFC Americas Cup 2025 open. Let's the tournament begin, and best of luck for everyone. For Rose City Hurricane at Portland with his amazing talent.
Friends, welcome to the stage where history meets destiny. Tonight we celebrate not just a tournament, but a movement. A revolution that began with a dream and a motorized wheelchair. It all started in 1979 in Canada, where a handful of pioneers dared to bring out the world's most beloved game. They called it power soccer. A spark that lit a flame across gym floors and community centers. Through the 1980s and 90s, that flame spread across Canada and the United States. Igniting hearts, inspiring competition, and proving that the power of sports knows no limits. And in Mesa, Arizona, players gather year after year to play, to connect, to dream. And for those games, friendships were forged, and a vision began to take shape. By 2005, 8 nations from North America to Europe came together in Paris and Portugal. Different rules, different versions, but one common goal: unity. A shared vision. A single global sport. And so in 2006, the Federation Internationale de Football Association, known as FIFA, was born in Paris, France. A year later, in the bright lights of Tokyo, Japan, the world watched as Team USA delivered the very first World Cup trophy. A new era had begun. From that moment, the world divided into 3 regions: Asia, Europe, and the Americas. And with that, a new chapter opened. The birth of the Culture, Football, Confederation of the Americas. Now the APFC. At first, it was only the United States and Canada, 2 nations carrying the flag of a Bermudian green, but soon others would rise. Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Mexico. Each bringing their own style, their own passion, and their own power. And now Colombia stands ready to join. Proof that the Americas continues to grow stronger, broader, and bolder. Then came Rio de Janeiro in 2014, the first Copa Americas, a stage where the Americas were fighting not just for victory, but for identity, where skill met heart, and rivalry met respect. The journey continued in 2019 and 2023 with the World Cup. Each chapter was selected with courage and with dreams that refused to fade. And now we arrive in Phoenix, Arizona, the desert sun, the roar of the crowd, the spirit of the game alive once more. Here in 2025, the finest teams from across the continent gather for the APFC Americas Cup. This is more than a tournament. This is a testament of how far we've come and how much farther we will go. A battle for pride, for progress, for the right to represent the Americans at the 2026 World Cup in Argentina. From the humble gyms of the 1970s to the grand arenas of today, college football is more than sport. It is a movement built on courage, fueled by community, driven by the unshakable belief that no dream is out of reach. So tonight, as the lights shine bright and the wheels roll forward, and the anthem of the Americas plays once more, remember this. We're not just players. We're pioneers. We're family. We are Power Share Football. but with good sportsmanship or whatever strikes you. Thank you. Good luck, everybody. The same way that you came in, we're going to have USA and Mexico sitting on this side of the court, because you'll be playing right away. Everyone else out and up the
I love yellow. I did with the witches. When we went, I went to the San Francisco, and they told us to get to come here. And they said, someone come with me.
try sudden impact. the audio right now. Testing. Okay, you can hear me? Okay. Okay, I think we're back on. I got levels in the mixer. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup. United States up 1-0 from a goal by Jordan Dickey. Johnson past Sanchez. Foul called on Johnson for contact. Sanchez for Mexico on the direct free kick. Midway into the USA area. Kick across, cut off by Mayer. Sanchez, cut off by Dickey. Jordan Dickey taking on Sanchez one-on-one, dragging Sanchez down the pitch towards the Mexico goal area. The pass across to Johnson. Johnson attempted to go back over to Dickey, was cut off. That ball is going to go out for a goal kick. Sanchez, Winslow, just outside the area. Dickey off of Sanchez. Riley Johnson with the ball, setting up for a pass across, back to Dickey, into the area. Adrian Sanchez just outside the area. Ruben Sanchez helping him to defend. Winslow attacking the area, pass across to Johnson. Johnson back out to Winslow. Winslow to Dickey. Dickey, the shot blocked. Kick in. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce my broadcast partner from CNY United, the one and only Peyton Sefik. Peyton Sefik, welcome to the broadcast booth, sir.
Thanks for having me, Tony. Really looking forward to calling some games with you. And sorry I'm a little late, but a little travel craziness. Never hurt anybody.
Such is life, sir. We are glad you are here.
How's the game going so far?
1-0 United States.
Wow.
From a Jordan Dickey goal.
Beautiful.
And now an indirect free kick coming up for the U.S.
Always so dangerous for the U.S. Anytime they have a set piece anywhere close to the box. They were one of the best teams in the world when it comes to set pieces. And this duo, especially on the ball, Riley Johnson and Pete Winslow, incredible.
Winslow to Johnson, and that ball ricochets out.
That ball was moving pretty quick, Tone.
It was moving very fast. They had to be extremely accurate with that. And that ball just ricocheted between the two and went out for a goal kick.
Mexico's coaching staff must be pretty excited to have only a 1-0 game halfway into the first half here.
Indeed, considering some of the struggles that they've had over the years, the Mexican squad, they're doing pretty well so far, I have to say. Jordan Dickey now, the pass attempted out to Johnson, he missed it, and now he's going to get the ball back.
Way to stick with it from Jordan there.
Dickey right there on the end line, Looking to go up to Johnson, potentially maybe knock it out for a corner kick, and it's out of play, goal kick.
Not what Jordan was trying to hit it off the keeper there for a corner to set his team up for another set piece, but just couldn't get a handle on the ball there.
Goal kick Mexico. Adrian Sanchez, Ruben Sanchez, both currently in the area. Angel Aguiar had to move out because that's a 3-in-the-box violation.
Not a huge crowd here from Mexico, but they are definitely bringing the noise.
Dickey back to Johnson. Johnson tried to go across to Winslow, cut off by Ruben Sanchez, and out of play, kick in United States. Winslow heading straight towards the Mexican goal area, and that was on target.
Very smart play from Pete there. He saw a lane right to that post and knew that even if he didn't get a shot on goal, that it was going to put Mexico in an awkward spot.
And Peyton, as you were saying, this is where the United States is extremely dangerous with their set plays. Kick-ins, corner kicks, indirect free kicks, they are lethal. Let's see if they can get another goal here. Pete Winslow looking to go all the way across potentially to Jordan Dickey. Riley Johnson,
that's it.
My goodness, right between the two Mexican defenders. United States up 2-0.
Beautiful motion play there from Team USA. We had Riley saw go down to the actually all the way down to the goal line, and then come back up to the top of the box. And it's just a read by Riley there to whether he wants to take the shot or let it go all the way through to Jordan. So great read from Riley. Saw the two defenders separate, and that's where he capitalized.
And as a defender, it's a very challenging proposition to stop that type of play because the ball's moving so fast. There are several factors that you have to take into account as the ball's moving. And so really in that moment, you have to read and react very quickly.
And that's exactly what Team USA does. They set themselves up to have multiple options on each play. It's not just we're going to kick it here and that's only what's going to happen.
Johnson with a shot, that one also on goal.
Had tons of space there. I mean, you give Riley Johnson an inch, he's going to take a mile. He had plenty of space leading up to that.
Good job by Aguiar, though, reading that long shot because that, again, was on goal.
Definitely.
Winslow right into the defense. He'll take another shot.
Pete's trying to, get a deflection there. Hopefully gets a corner, but good defense from Mexico to see that ball out on the sideline. Riley sealing off the keeper.
Winslow between the defenders. Dickey was too far away to get that one. He was sitting at the top of the goal area, and that ball went straight through.
That's a tough read on Jordan's side. You want to always be looking at the person taking the kick. In this case, it was Pete. If he's going to go low like that, there might be a very subtle eyesight, like lock eyes with the far offensive player. And unfortunately for Team USA, they were just a little bit off. Had some substitutions there, Tony.
Yeah, David Dowling now into the match for Pete Winslow. And it looks like Ryan Connolly also into the match for Jordan Dickey.
A couple of first caps here for Team USA.
Oh, Connolly with a shot. And that ball, he could not get around it in time to get full power on it. Dowling back over to Connolly. Connolly takes another shot going far post, and he sends it wide. Goal kick coming up. Good opportunity, and Connolly just locked up a little bit and couldn't get any power on that shot.
Dowling and Connolly coming in and immediately affecting the play. You love to see that if you're the U.S. coaching staff.
Indeed, and if you're Mexico, you have to understand that Dowling and Connolly is not necessarily a one-for-one swap. David Dowling brings in a completely different skill set compared to Winslow or Dickey.
Right.
He's much more like Riley Johnson in terms of his ability to go one-on-one with players, his ability to play with power.
Yeah, for his club team with Turnstone Flyers, David plays a very similar position to Riley, where he's handling the ball a lot. He has a lot of responsibility on defense. So it's interesting to see a player like that come into a squad where you have a player like Riley Johnson, and your job kind of shifts from what you're used to at the club level.
Indeed.
But so far, it looks like Dowling's really rising to the occasion.
Goal kick for Mexico.
Mexico's just trying to hold on here. 2-1 late in this first half.
Riley Johnson going to control that ball. Pass out to Dowling. Dowling over to Johnson.
Good control from Riley there.
One of the best that you'll see in terms of chair control with the ball. There are very few out there where the ball just seems to stick to their chair. Riley Johnson is one of them.
Yeah, his confidence in his chair control is some of the best. But look at that, Dowling.
David Dowling with a little hold-up play.
Incredible control there to stop the ball on a dime. Unfortunately, it deflected off of his guard right at the end. Tony, I'm sorry I'm joining the broadcast late. Was the opening goal also a set piece?
It was also a set piece, yes.
On a corner?
On a corner.
Okay.
Ball back in play. And a 2-on-1 violation called on the United States.
Yeah, Riley and Conley didn't necessarily have the right communication there, and they got too close to each other when the ball came in. The referee's going to call that every time.
They're also going to call it very, very strictly this week. And we're seeing that more. Not to get too far into the weeds with officiating in general, the Americas Zone in the past has called the 2-on-1 violation with a much more loose interpretation, and we're starting to see now a tightening of that interpretation a little bit more. I would like to say because of the way many other parts of the world call it.
You know, as a player coming up, I would have hated that.
Wonderful pass by Riley Johnson, by the way.
Just missed getting it back to Conley on that far side. What I was going to say about the 2-on-1 calls, as Conley takes it around.
And a foul.
Great play by Conley there, sticking with it. Got a little contact.
So we're going to get a direct free kick from about midway into the Mexico half.
Just to finish that thought about the 2-on-1, I actually appreciate it when it's called very tightly, especially when teams adapt to it, because you get the best power soccer when players are spaced out.
It allows the game to flow more freely.
It's quite a beautiful game when it does.
Dowling
goes quick.
Dowling with another shot in between the defenders, safe. Dowling with a pass across, cut off at the edge of the area. Another 2-on-1 violation called, and an indirect free kick from the edge of the area for the United States. Very dangerous proposition for the Mexican defense.
Mexico has been playing with their keeper up, and you can't get a 2-on-1 with the keeper. But unfortunately, it was the inside the box defender that drew that penalty. Interesting defense set up here for Mexico.
Indeed.
Back to
Johnson
back.
with a shot blocked off by Ruben Sanchez. Dowling with a shot saved by Adrian Sanchez. And that ball goes all the way out. Well done. I was going to actually make a remark about that defense. The Mexican defenders set up back to each other.
Very interesting.
Which on one end I can understand, because if the ball goes to the backside, you want that person to be able to see the ball. However, if that person's back there, he's not going to see it until the last moment, right? If it goes to the far post.
Yeah.
Johnson collecting the ball in between two Mexican defenders. Johnson working against Ruben Sanchez. Passes it out to Connolly. Connolly bumps it into Ruben Sanchez again. Connolly driving Sanchez near the touchline. And that ball went over the line, so it is going to be Mexico ball.
I thought Conley had the handle on that one, but unfortunately couldn't keep it in.
We're in added time here in the first half. United States up 2-0.
And if you're the Mexican coaching staff, all you're looking for, you're not necessarily concerned about scoring a goal here. You just want to see the half out without any more disaster, and that's exactly what they do. That's the halftime whistle.
It is indeed the halftime whistle. USA up 2-0. We're going to take a break. When we come back the second half, you are watching the opening match from the 2025 APFC Americas Cup. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center here in Phoenix, Arizona. It is the 2025 APFC Americas Cup for Power Soccer Shop. I'm Tony Jackson. Joining me in the broadcast booth once again, Peyton Sefik.
Tony, excited to be here.
Mexico have quite the hill to climb, being down 2-0, Peyton.
Yeah, definitely a steep hill against a very tough opponent. But honestly, I was expecting a little bit worse, so it's really encouraging to see the Mexican national team hanging with the U.S., honestly. 2-0 is no small feat against this team, against any squad. So encouraging to say the least for Mexico.
Indeed. So we are back to the original starting lineup for the U.S. Pete Winslow, Riley Johnson, Jordan Dickey, Nathan Mayer out there for the USA. And Mexico's lineup remains unchanged. Currently in goal, Adrian Sanchez. Also, well, he's the designated goalkeeper. In the actual goal area right now is Angel Aguiar. Also out on the pitch, Tito Camero and Ruben Sanchez.
Mexico with an early possession here. Let's see if they can get something going on their side of the pitch.
That ball was intended for Camero, and Winslow came in and took it away.
Good control there by Pete.
Nice pass by Winslow over to Johnson. Jordan Dickey back, and that's going to go out for a corner kick for Mexico, or goal kick, excuse me.
Not what the U.S. wanted to see right there. Nobody's smarter on the court than Jordan Dickey, though, so he knows that's not exactly what he wants to do with the ball.
It is going to be a corner kick. The referee's actually signaled goal kick. It is indeed a corner kick for Mexico.
I would say so. Jordan hit that about 30 miles an hour down this side of things.
And that ball coming into Jordan, to be fair, was coming in really hard.
You know, we saw exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to go back up to the middle to Riley, but he was just a little late on it because the ball was moving really fast.
Sanchez.
Nice look
Into the USA defense. It's going to be a set ball.
Cheeky little shot there from Sanchez.
And let me ask you this, Peyton. Do you think Riley Johnson intentionally gave that space to bait Sanchez to hit it into that area?
Riley's a master of power soccer, so everything he does on this court is intentional. I think that he obviously trusts his abilities on defense, and Nathan Mayer being the starting keeper for the U.S. for nearly a decade now, they trust each other so much back there. You know, they're not just teammates on the national team; they're also teammates in club. So they know each other inside and out, and that was definitely intentional from Riley.
Nicely done by Johnson. Sanchez chasing. That is a 3-in-the-box violation on Mexico. Play continues, though. That ball is out for a kick-in.
Riley's calling for the 3-in-the-box, but I don't think he's going to get it after the fact. We have a similar setup to late in that first half where Pete snuck it through the two defenders, but Jordan was a little too high to see it. Let's see if they make
Pass
a change.
across off of Johnson. Mayer's there. Passes it to Dickey.
Good play by Nathan.
Indeed, to keep the attack going for the United States. That pass off of Sanchez. Corner kick for the United States.
That was a really good-looking offensive play there. Kind of out of nothing from the U.S. It started with a pass from Nathan Mayer to the far side to Jordan, who sent it back to Riley. That was a good-looking play from otherwise a broken opportunity. We got a switch up here. Riley's going to be on that far side, just almost off the court almost.
Jordan Dickey in motion, Riley Johnson in motion. That ball off the back of Dickey into the defense.
Great defense there.
Dickey now with the ball looking to go back potentially up to the top. Winslow's there. Sanchez comes over to cut it off, and a 2-on-1 violation on Mexico.
Initially, I was going to say that was really good control from the Mexican keeper to stay. Even if you have 1 inch of your wheel touching the box, you are considered in the box as the keeper. And they were initially doing a great job staying in the box. Unfortunately, just floated out a little bit too much, probably because he didn't want to give Team USA any space at all. But he just came outside that box, and the referee was looking for it.
Winslow set to take the kick. This is where Team USA are absolutely lethal. Winslow and Johnson together. Winslow on the kick. Johnson fakes the deflection, saved by Mexico. Wonderful save, kicking coming up for Mexico.
Back to your point in the first half about the national or the U.S.'s ability to have multiple options on one play. That was exactly what we saw with Riley in motion. Could have taken the shot, but he left it for his teammate Jordan Dickey on the far side, and Jordan just couldn't sneak it inside the post.
Almost got it, but not quite. A substitution for Mexico now into the match. Number 17, Jordan Martinez. In for Tito Camiro. Johnson, Sanchez in the corner, and heavy contact on Johnson.
Riley is not happy with that. It's going to go against Riley Johnson.
It is indeed. A little too heavy on the turn from Johnson was the cause of that foul, so a direct free kick just outside the Mexico goal area.
We're seeing so many different looks from the U.S. team here. Initially, it was just Riley up, putting pressure on, and now Winslow and Dickey are both up, and Riley's fading back a little bit. So the national team the U.S. team is giving Mexico a bunch of different looks, and that can't be easy for Mexico.
That ball out to Jordan Dickey, who holds it up, passes it back to Johnson. Across, deflected by Ruben Sanchez. Pass out. Winslow with a shot. Winslow!
Oh, what a save!
Wonderful save by Mexico. That ball still right along the goal line there. And Riley Johnson just weaves his way past Aguiar and a goal. Wonderfully done.
Very nice from Riley. We've seen that so many times from him throughout his career, where he just causes chaos inside the box, and he twists the defense back and forth and all around, and all of a sudden you got one defender with their back to the ball, and Riley Johnson one-on-one with the goalkeeper. It spells disaster.
It does indeed. And you know what I found interesting about that goal is that often you'll see defenders panicking and start moving around too much, where here the defenders simply froze.
Yeah. I can't blame him. Riley Johnson is not who you want to see one-on-one against you when your back's against the wall. U.S. going to their bench early in this second half.
It looks like Michael Rayton actually coming in. Lexi Hare also going to make an appearance.
Lexi, a veteran of this national team. Michael, a rookie. So we'll see how they spell each other. And it looks like Michael is coming in for Riley Johnson. Huge substitution here.
San Jose Flash, Michael Rayton's club team. Now, center is where he plays at home.
Let's see how the U.S. shapes this up.
Jordan Dickey a little late on the turn. Shot goes wide, goal kick Mexico. And what a wonderful opportunity for Michael Rayton to get a cap playing the center position against Mexico.
Yeah, he is fully in center here with Jordan leaving the pitch, because Jordan also can play in center. So it'll be good to see Michael with his first cap here, and let's see what he does on defense.
Lexi Hare, Jordan Dickey's club teammate, coming onto the pitch for him.
Lexi was the highest goal scorer for the U.S. national team in the 2023 World Cup in Sydney, Australia. Pete with the most assists, so let's see if they can combine here again. Lexi with plenty of space here on the near side.
Nobody is defending Lexi Hare at the moment.
That is not what you want to see from Mexico. Lexi is lethal.
Shot across, Rayton with a shot, back to Hare. Hare, the shot in between the defenders, bounces around and out for a corner kick. And now Jordan Martinez was the free defender who was on the far side of the pitch, who should have been responsible for Hare. Now luckily Mexico was able to avoid that. Let's see if they can avoid this second wave of attack from the United States.
Really interested to see how this shapes up. Nice touch by Lex.
That one off the back of a chair and out for a goal kick.
really interesting to see how the U.S. proceeds moving forward. Michael is a young player, 16 years old. So just at the cutoff, honestly, of how old you can be to play at the international level. But he has definitely a maturity about him when he's on the court. So really excited to see how that transitions. Obviously, playing international competition, it changes things a little bit. Things get sped up out there. So let's see how that maturity translates to international competition.
Now Michael Rayton on the far side. Lexi Hare at the top. That's right.
Continue to see motion plays here, it looks like.
Pete Winslow with the kick. Rayton with the deflection. Actually, it goes by him.
What a shot!
Hare. My goodness, Lexi Hare found space between the defenders, scored the goal.
That was just a little too easy from the national team, or for the U.S. team. Lexi just set up in the right spot, and she had options. She had the front of her guard to shoot it between the two defenders. She could have put it back towards the near post where the ball came from, and she just picked to the easy shot right down the middle.
4-0 the score. Coming up on the 32nd minute, Martinez with a nice spin kick to send that ball back and out of play. Kicking coming up for the U.S. in their own half, which hasn't happened all that often.
Really nice to see from the national team, or from the U.S. team. Very little drop off when the likes of Riley Johnson and Jordan Dickey come out. There's very little drop-off with a young player like Michael Rayton coming in and a veteran like Lexi Hare coming in and scoring a goal within a few minutes of them being subbed on. And Pete wants to pour it on here as he has another opportunity in the goal scoring, in a goal scoring area.
Winslow into the defense. Winslow also across again into Sanchez. Winslow, another shot. That one to Hare. Hare missed that one just off the corner of her guard. Wonderful pass by Winslow to get through that space. And Lexi Hare just nicked it off the corner of her guard and couldn't get it towards the goal. Hare winding up for a shot, and she decides to just let that roll out for a kick-in. It's going to be a Mexico kick-in now. Now the referee signaling Mexico kick-in, and I think everybody else thought it was going to be a USA kick-in.
I'm not one to argue with the referees, as you know.
It'll be indeed a kick-in for Mexico. Ruben Sanchez into Adrian Sanchez. Winslow sends it out for a goal kick.
I don't mind that at all from Pete there. You have a young player in Michael Rayton playing in the center. And, to take the pressure off of that young player, you just send it down. Whether it's off of you or not, you just keep it locked into the Mexican zone. And that way you're not, flustering your squad with the inexperience in Michael in the center. You're going to see Michael up against some of his first touches of the game.
And a foul against Ruben Sanchez. Get a direct free kick from here. Now, Pete Winslow, one of the hardest kickers in U.S. Power Soccer. Will he try to score from here? That's even a difficult ask for him, though.
In the U.S. Power Soccer, I would wager Pete's one of the hardest kickers in the world, if not the hardest kicker in the world. So never, if you have a direct kick, you can never rule it out.
I will say there is a player from Japan. I can't recall his name at the moment. Also a very strong kicker. I wish I could remember his name at the moment. But I remember seeing him in Sydney.
Yeah, really looking forward to the next World Cup coming to Buenos Aires, Argentina, to see all the players from around the world. Power soccer is it's just exploding, and all these teams that have been kind of on the outskirts are starting to really catch fire. And the level of the game has just exploded in the past five or so years. Obviously, thanks in part to the Strike Force wheelchair, but also just everyone, getting excited about it. It's obviously an incredible sport. So really looking forward to seeing the heights that power soccer is headed.
Indeed. Now, right here, Ruben Sanchez is sitting outside the area, kind of floating around in space. Now, with Adrian Sanchez, the goalkeeper, at the edge, he could certainly go down and help out to defend.
Indeed. If you're the Mexican coaching staff, that might be something to look at moving forward when you're watching the tape back, to just shrink that space a little bit and make the U.S. team feel a little more pressured.
And the shot by David Dowling goes off the back of the keeper for another U.S. corner kick.
Yeah, David coming in for Pete Winslow. David's got a heck of a spin kick as well, so obviously there's always going to be a little drop off when Pete's coming out of the game because of his powerful kick, but the U.S. is in good hands with Dowling.
Dowling winding up for the kick off of Rayton into the defense.
Oh, good shot by Michael.
Lexi Hare, that ball deflected away. Michael Rayton picks it up. Sanchez is there.
A lot of contact through the ball there.
And that's going to be a foul on Ruben Sanchez.
Michael did a great job tracking back on that and making sure he got the thick part of his chair on his back wheel. Oh, good pass from Lexi.
Shot by Rayton. And what a goal! Nicely done by Michael Rayton, splitting the defenders.
I have a feeling that's first of many for Michael Rayton in his young career here.
Indeed, you'll see it once again. The shot by Rayton, he goes right through the defenders.
Such a good setup from the national team, or from the U.S. team. Again, very encouraging for the U.S. to see all of their upfield starters out of the game and little to no drop-off, scoring 2 goals here late in the second half.
Indeed, 5-0 the score in the 37th minute. Rayton kicking it out to Dowling. Dowling with a spin kick, and he's a little late on it. Mayer, the pass to Hare. Hare goes across, it's cut off. Oh, missed by Sanchez.
Great play by Nathan Mayer to keep that ball on offense for the U.S. team.
And that's one strategic change that you're seeing now with more teams. And now this is exactly what we were talking about, going back to that in a moment. But Ruben Sanchez was right there at the top of the area and cleared out. As the keeper was coming around, he could have stayed right there to prevent Rayton from continuing to drive the ball around.
Indeed, yes.
But going back to my point about goalkeepers, you're seeing more of them play up towards the center line when their team is in the attacking half to keep that ball and compress the field a bit and keep the attack tighter.
Yeah, so traditionally in power soccer, you play kind of 3 players up and hopefully looking for like a triangle shape with them. Ooh, good shot by Lexi there. That's the traditional style of play with 3 players up. And the game is kind of slowly but surely evolving where you're actually including all 4 players on offense, and we call it 4 up, where that's something that the U.S. team has been slowly but surely working into their playbook, incorporating that. Right now we're only seeing it when the play kind of breaks down and Nathan's keeping the ball on.
Oh, another goal. Lexi Hare right there takes the deflection and scores another goal.
Just a beautiful follow-up by Lexi. She's in the right spot. Michael letting the ball go through.
And the thing that worked well is that she didn't rush taking the rebound. Some players will rush it a little too hard and the ball will go past them. She waited very patiently. A very slow charge. Got that 6th goal.
Great job by the U.S. national team.
But to your point, though, you're seeing, as you were saying, more teams starting to play 4 out, which is a style that was introduced by England at the 2017 World Cup. And I remember very well the discussions around that when people started hearing that the goalkeeper was going to be playing out of the box, and everybody said, oh no, that's not going to work, it won't work, that's too dangerous. And England at the 2017 World Cup proved that it does indeed work.
Indeed, yes. And that's the exciting thing about power soccer. Although our sport's been around for a long time, we're still constantly finding out new ways to adapt and to find different ways to score more goals and just overall exciting plays.
Chicho Ramirez back into the match for Mexico, in for Jordan Martinez. And that ball goes out of play for another Mexico kick in.
Stoppage time here.
It is indeed stoppage time, and a rare offensive opportunity for Mexico at the end of this match. They really haven't had any opportunities. It's been pretty much the United States the entire 40 minutes.
Unfortunate.
Referee with his whistle almost up to his mouth. And that's going to go out for a goal kick.
You saw Tracy Mayer, the head coach for the national team, urging his players to not take any plays off, to keep it going, get the ball out of the defensive zone as soon as possible, and keep the momentum going. And that says a lot about this team and their focus for this tournament. You know, they're up 6-0 at the end of the game, and they're still trying to go fast. You know, and I think that speaks to what Tracy Mayer and his coaching staff is looking for from this team in this tournament. Is they want to push as hard as possible. They're not trying to take any plays off at all.
And that was the final whistle, ladies and gentlemen. The United States, in dominating fashion, win this one 6-0. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Game 2 from the Americas Cup. It is Uruguay and Argentina. That should be an absolute barn burner. We'll be back in a few minutes with that one. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup.
São três.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center. We're live in Phoenix, Arizona. Match number 2 of the 2025 APFC Americas Cup. Argentina versus Brazil. And we are underway. Brazil going to start things off for us. On the pitch for Brazil, starting out in goal, number 7, Bernardo Borges. Also on the pitch and with the ball right now on the far side, number 4, Lucas Dutra. In the middle, number 5, Daniel Visu. And also on the pitch, rounding out Brazil's lineup, number 10, Fernando Nascimento. For Argentina, the designated goalkeeper, number 7, Aber Lopez. Also on the pitch, having a word with the referee, number 10, Valentino Zeccarelli. Also along the pitch to your left, along the touchline, number 13, Khalid Mansour. And rounding out the Argentina lineup, number 17, Santiago Aracena.
Such a storied rivalry between Brazil and Argentina in the soccer world. So look to see a lot of passion in this game.
And I will say, having seen these two sides play multiple times over the years, that passion certainly carries over to the Power Soccer pitch.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing that rivalry blossom this week. I think Argentina has a bit more experience out there. Brazil is, but Brazil's hungry. You know,
Certainly.
This is no, like they're not strangers to each other when it comes to playing each other in sports. So really looking forward to seeing that, you know, out here in the Power Soccer court as well.
Yes, indeed. Now, I will say they are not strangers to each other. However, I will say they are strangers to what Argentina is doing here, and that's going to be a corner kick. Good scoring opportunity for Argentina there. Now, Argentina has added to their staff, and I'll get to it in just a second here to see if we can squeeze it in. Colin Gordon, the former head coach for England, is now an assistant coach for Argentina, and he has brought the 4-out system to South America, and Argentina is deploying it here. So we'll see how Brazil does with it, because it's a different playing style for not only the Argentinian players, but it's a different way to defend for everybody else.
You see Lopez wearing the keeper penny for Argentina here, number 7. In 2023 at the World Cup in Sydney, Australia, Lopez was one of their premier upfront players, and alongside Valentino. So we'll see how that balances each other out with Lopez wearing the keeper penny. Expect to see him involved in the offensive play a lot.
Yes, and I've got to say, Aber Lopez wearing the keeper penny is a direct influence from Colin Gordon because of the 4-out system, because as you were saying, all 4 players are going to be involved in the attack. And so we'll see Lopez play up on a higher line as this game progresses and as Argentina pushes. Now, Zeccarelli is going to rotate back into the keeper position, and that's going to roll out for a kick-in favor of Brazil.
Referees just making slight eye contact there together to make sure they got the right call on that one. Good communication, not just from the players, but also the referees.
Lucas Dutra with the ball, approaching the Argentina goal area. And now right here, what we're seeing from Argentina is exactly what we were talking about in the USA-Mexico game, where you have the goalkeeper at the top of the area and a second defender outside the area assisting the keeper in defense.
Right, in Power Soccer, you're not allowed to have 2 players of the same team within a 3-meter radius of the ball. It's called a 2-on-1. The only time you are allowed to have that is when the keeper is inside the goal box. So that's where you see Lopez very close to his teammate there, but no call because Lopez is floating right on top of the box there and doing a great job paying attention to his chair position in regards to the goal box. Brazil with a couple of opportunities here early, Tony. Really exciting to see from Brazilian perspective. We'll see if they can make anything happen here.
Indeed, and so over the years, what you've been seeing, if you watch any power chair football from South America, Argentina has been, generally speaking, the strongest nation of the ones that compete. I mean, they have a swath of talent. They're coached really well. They have a lot of resources. That ball's all the way through, and a shot, not a lot of power by Nascimento. And so the Brazilian attack continues. Continuing the thought, we'll see how Argentina does with this 4-out system.
Beautiful outlet there.
Indeed, and he didn't have a lot of space, and Arocena found a spot to catch that ball. He was there a little bit late.
It's going to be a 2-on-1 against Brazil.
It is indeed.
The referee originally was letting it play on just to see if that Argentine player on the near sideline was going to connect with it, and if not, he brought it back for a indirect kick.
Now, although he's
Risky.
out of view here, just in complete contrast to the way Aber Lopez is playing, he's out of our view right now. Bernardo Borges for Brazil is playing pretty much on the goal line at the moment, even though the ball is in the Argentina half. And this is a stark contrast.
It'll be interesting to see how that balances out with Argentina obviously playing a little bit more aggressive with their play style. Brazil, big contact there. We're going to get a whistle.
That was very dangerous by Dutra because he was backing up to prevent Valentino Zegarelli from taking the ball around him. Really in that moment, though, just let go of the ball and turn around so you can get a better defensive position.
Indeed.
Zegarelli over to Mansour. That ball cut off by Nascimento. Zegarelli back. Arocena going to take that ball. Back to Zegarelli.
Nice.
And now you see the passing opening up a little bit. Mansour across to Arocena, who gets the ball. And you can see, even though it's not quite as tight as other teams like England who run the 4-out, you can see it coming together for Argentina.
I mean, the pattern of the passing is very evident with Argentina. They're trying to work the ball from the center to the far wing, and then that far wing is just going to poke it with the front of their guard all the way to the other side, and that's going to set them up for some serious shots on net. So we'll see how that plays out throughout this game and throughout the tournament.
Ooh, a little movement and a shot and a goal. My goodness.
The timing of that was just incredible from Argentina.
Well, let's watch it again. We see Khalid Mansour shoot out to the far post. That leaves Arocena by himself just outside the goal area, and Bernardo Borges followed Mansour all the way across.
That's about as close as you can get to a 2-on-1 there without actually pulling it.
Indeed.
That just highlights Argentina, how well drilled they are, how ready they are for this tournament, because that's about a quarter of a second timing. If that ball is a little bit earlier, that's going to be a 2-on-1 and the ball's coming out, no goal. So really impressive stuff from Argentina there for their first goal.
1-0 the score coming up on the 9th minute. And Brazil have had flashes of moments here. They haven't been able to really string anything together yet, though. Mansour now. Ball stripped away by Dutra. Zegarelli out on the far touchline. Nascimento takes him on. Dutra now. These two, Lucas Dutra and Valentino Zegarelli, have been going at it for over a decade now.
Get used to that call, Tony.
I mean, those two know each other so well. I mean, they've been playing against each other since they were 12, 13 years old.
Referee determined that both players take the ball out at the same time there. So it was a set ball.
Kick in coming up for Argentina. Khalid Mansour on top of the ball.
Their first goal was off a set piece. Let's see if they can drum up some trouble for Brazil right here.
And you saw Aber Lopez peeking up to the center line. Mansour back to Zegarelli, back to Mansour, who winds up, and that ball goes out. Just a little too late on that turn.
See what he was doing there, looking to deflect the ball off the defender and either get a goal kick or put it off his back if he pulls up too far and sneak it in that near post. Unfortunately, the ball was already over the line by the time he struck it.
He also had a passing lane back up to the top of the area as well. He had so many options in that situation.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. If I'm the coaching staff for Argentina, I don't mind them testing the Brazilian defense early. Later in this game, if it's still really close, you might want to see them hold the possession a little bit more. But right now, they're just kind of probing to see where the weak spots are in the defense of Brazil. So really encouraging stuff so far from the Argentine national team.
Dutra dragging the ball around. Lopez coming up to see what Dutra is going to do. Very patient by both of them. Dutra gets it away and into the Argentina goal area. The pass across. Diezu with a shot. That was always going wide, blocked by Gabriel Lopez. Iseo looking to get a corner kick potentially.
Lopez is not going to let that happen easy.
He's so patient in that goal area. And it's interesting to watch him play goal, Peyton.
It's incredible because he is floating on that line where if he swings his chair out another couple of inches, he's going to be out of the box and it's a 2-on-1.
Nicely done by Lopez to get a kick in for his team.
Really impressive stuff there from the young player from Argentina. Although he's young, he definitely has the experience. One of their top players from the last World Cup in 2023.
He was definitely one of the breakout players of that tournament. Oh, nicely done. Good ball control to shield off Nascimento. Lopez now out on the attack. Oh, and that's a 2-on-1 situation. Advantage called. Play continues.
Good call from the ref.
A little hold-up play by Dutra, but he gives the ball to Zagarelli. Now, Peyton, the rear tip wheels for Lucas Dutra seem to be dragging, and they're not really holding him flat on the ground. You see every time he takes off, his chair's popping up.
Yeah, I have seen that. That's going to cost him a little forward momentum when that happens. I wouldn't be surprised to see Brazil work on that as we move through this tournament.
Yeah, something down there is loose on the back of his chair. It actually looks like a third-party made rear guard, and it's just not fitting tightly right now. I don't know if it got damaged on the transit here from Brazil.
We're going to get a yellow card here on Brazil. Not sure exactly what it was. It happened off the ball. Might have been descent potentially. I'm not sure.
Zagarelli misses Mansour.
Just referee hadn't blown his whistle yet, so that's going to come back. Argentina's glad about that because they kind of rushed that kick, and the receiver of the pass wasn't quite set up yet, so Argentina's going to be glad to have that one back.
Now you see Arosena here along the touchline.
To your point, Tony, it looks like we're going to be working on the chair here. And honestly, I don't mind this at all. It's going to slow the game down, obviously, but player safety needs to come first regardless. And if a chair is lifting up like that, a ball can sneak under that guard.
Yep.
And, before the strike force came out, at a tournament like this, we probably see a couple of chairs flip over, at least one per tournament. Now that the strike force is out, we don't really have to deal with that as much anymore. But because the chairs are so powerful, we do need to take into consideration player safety, and that's exactly what the referees are worried about.
Indeed. And so if Lucas has to come off the pitch, that's going to be a huge blow to Brazil. He's their main player.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what the outcome is here. Oh, it looks like they are going to make a substitution. So it looks like Lucas is going to go. It looked like they were motioning for Bernardo to.
Going to be getting a keeper change, it looks like.
Yeah, so are they going to put Bernardo in the or Lucas in the goal? I think that's what they were going to do.
I'm sure
what happens here.
That won't really change his chair's movement.
No,
so.
that's true. Let's see. Maybe they're going to bring him out completely. Okay, so we do have a new goalkeeper. It's not going to be Lucas Dutra. So Bernardo Borges is going to come up in an attacking role, it looks like. So he's taken off the keeper shirt.
Now this is an interesting point in the game, Tony. You know, we had a pretty tight game. Argentina scored a beautiful goal earlier on, but there's been this long stoppage without any passage of play at all. And that can kind of get to you as a player. You're in the flow of the game, and all of a sudden you're stopped for more than 5 minutes.
Right.
That kind of creates this weird vacuum of energy out there. And so as these players are coming back into the game now, you have to focus, get back to where you were. And that can kind of either teams that are might not be ready for that need to be careful, because focus can kind of slip in these moments. So let's see who can capitalize after this stoppage.
Indeed. Mansour back to Arosena, to Zegarelli. Zegarelli with a pass across. Mansour's there, and that was just a little bit long. Good passing, though, by Argentina. Now, to your point, there's a certain level of adrenaline that you build up when you're out there competing, especially if the action gets a little heavy and you're playing at a high speed. That adrenaline really builds up, and then you're sitting for about 5 minutes with nothing, and all of that adrenaline goes away. So now it's almost like waking up from a nap.
Yeah. I will tell you, though, that the adrenaline is still pumping for everybody on the court and the fans in the stands, honestly. You know, this is the Copa America. Everybody's pumped to be here. So although there was a slight break, I fully expect these teams to come out firing still. But it's just who can capitalize in those moments after the stoppage.
Indeed, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Igor Gomez is in the goal area for Brazil now, taking over for Bernardo Borges. And Lucas Dutra is indeed off the pitch.
I don't see anyone working on his chair over there, though, so hopefully we can figure that out soon.
Nice passing, and Arosena now with a shot. Arosena with a goal!
Beautiful. I mean, Argentina just picking up where they left off. Look at that passing.
Yes.
Back and forth from the center player that opens up that far wing. And he's got both posts to pick from. The keeper has to choose where he's going to go with his shot, and it's just easy to put it on either post. Argentina's making it look easy out there right now. Incredible passing from them. I hope to see that all tournament.
And that was a good example of them playing 4 out. And like you said, it all starts with the center players, or what they call the pivots in the 4 out system. So you have the first pivot, who is the further upmost player, and then the second pivot, who is the further back player. And their jobs are really to distribute the ball out to the far positions and let the wings attack, or even pass back to get the defense to open up space,
exactly,
which creates more passing lanes and better shooting opportunities.
Exactly.
And that ball directly to Bernardo Borges. Abra Lopez right on the task, though.
Argentina really excited to get the ball out of their zone, but got to be a little careful when you're doing that.
Oh, Bernardo Borges with
beautiful
a
shot.
Saved by Zegarelli.
He had no space to make that happen. He still got a beautiful shot on net, but good defense there from Argentina. Had it covered.
Well done. And we're going to get a foul on Brazil. Free kick coming up for Argentina. So Abra Lopez now. A fake. Arosena, the cross, cut off by Borges. One thing I'm noticing with this, and a nice shot there, and an almost goal. Oh my goodness, let's see if we can see that again.
Oh, it's still in.
Wow. As we see that replay, back to live action. Abra Lopez with the ball. Over to Zegarelli. Now those were 2 close shots by Argentina. One by Zegarelli, which, I mean, that was from long range, hit the post. And then Abra Lopez comes up with a shot of his own that was off the post.
Really starting to see Argentina come into their own here.
They're starting to feel comfortable playing 4 out.
We're going to get 3 minutes at a time, signaling the center referee.
Zegarelli cut off by Nascimento, and a foul on Nascimento. Too much contact. And you had mentioned this last game, and I'll bring it up again for those of you just joining us. In my opinion, and in your opinion, as you expressed earlier, I like it when the referees call a more strict interpretation of the rules because it allows the game to flow more.
Well, you're really starting to see how beneficial that is for a team like Argentina. Just so well drilled with their spacing and their passing. When you have that tight call, a team like Argentina who's ready to go with their spacing and with their passing, it makes them shine even more.
Indeed.
Brazil's trying to get into the half without giving up anything more to the Argentinians.
Iseo to Borges. Lopez across to Arocena. Back to Lopez. Lopez across to Mansour. That ball just a little off. Nascimento went for a shot and he couldn't get it.
It's a good look.
Now, Valentino Tegarelli was there. He was playing a high line. However, he was there to block any shot that came through.
And honestly, Argentina is going to be very ready for a shot like that. We were talking about in the last game the idea of baiting the offense into a shot that might look good at the time, but the defense is ready for it, and I think that might have been happening right there from that play.
Lopez now using his one-on-one skills.
Such a patient player.
That ball out of play off of Iseo. Kick in coming up for Argentina. Tegarelli wanted to go quickly. He's going to go and survey the pitch to see where his pass is going to come in. We are at a time. Mansour down to Arocena. Arocena can't quite catch up to it.
Good look, though.
It was a good look. Mansour didn't quite get the right angle on that ball to get it more directly to Arocena. Good idea, though. That's close to a 2-on-1 violation. Nascimento, that is going to be a 2-on-1 on Brazil.
Brazil starting to feel the pressure from Argentina, and I think that's why we're seeing a collection of 2-on-1s building up for them. Just because Argentina has had so many good opportunities passing the ball from the center here to the wings. You really start to feel it as a player when the opposing team starts to move the ball on you. It just feels like you're in quicksand. You can't catch up with it, and you'll often try to get closer to your teammates to just cut those lanes off and hopefully interrupt the flow of the opposing team. But so far, Argentina doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
But counterintuitively, chasing the ball like that actually gives the other team more space to pass the ball around.
Indeed. It becomes a mental thing. Great control here.
Tegarelli has always been good one-on-one. Arocena now with a shot across, blocked by Borges into the area. Mansour back out. Tegarelli winding up. Borges throws him off. Arocena with a pass across into
almost.
Gomez. Tegarelli off of Borges. Takes the ball away. Tegarelli and contact foul going to give Brazil a free kick.
Unlucky from Valentino there. Had the ball on his guard, but there you go.
Halftime whistle has been blown. Argentina lead 2-0. Brazil have a hill to climb. We'll see if they can make any progress in the second half. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Brazil, Argentina, half number 2. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back. The second half about to begin. Argentina leading 2-0 over Brazil. It's the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Hankel. We're coming to you live from the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center for Power Soccer Shop. I'm Tony Jackson. And joining me once again is Peyton Sefe. Peyton, Brazil have quite a hill to climb in this second half.
Indeed, Argentina we saw move the ball around very well in that first half. I'd like to see them pick up right where they left off. And on the other side, Brazil found themselves getting a little too close together, especially near the end of the half. So if they can spread it out a little bit, hopefully they can get an opportunity going.
And so as Argentina attacks here, Valentino Tegarelli with a shot. Oh, Tegarelli with a goal. Let's watch that one again.
What an individual effort from Valentino here.
I mean, we've seen him do this over and over again through the years, but Bernardo Borges just kind of teed that up for him, then turned his back to the ball. Tegarelli found the opening, took the shot, scored a goal. It is now 3-0 Argentina.
Doesn't feel good if you're Borges, but just a really, really smart play from Valentino there. He kind of faked the defender out a little bit, and it ended up giving him plenty of space to take that full spin. Looks like we had a little shake-up on the Argentine side.
We did. And as soon as I get his number, I will let you know who he is. Gabriel Lopez now out of goal, actually. Khalid Mansour in the goal for Argentina. So we've had a couple changes to the Argentina lineup. That ball is out of play.
It's actually similar to what they were running in the 2023 World Cup with Lopez out and Khalid Mansour playing more of a traditional keeper role. But I believe at the World Cup he was not wearing the penny, so...
No, he was not.
Yeah.
So out is Santiago Arocena, and in for Argentina is number 11, Lorenzo Lipari. And Daniel Fiseo sends it in, deflected away by Tegarelli.
The broadcast booth was informed that the center for Brazil is dealing with some technical issues with the chair. So hopefully that'll only have to deal with that this afternoon, and he can be back out there for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, so the reason his chair was popping up is because a weld on his rear guard failed, and so it's not holding the wheels down like it's designed to. Gabriel Lopez out in a more familiar role for him to pass back to Tegarelli. Tegarelli, faked a pass. Nascimento pulls up on him, closes him off. Tegarelli gets around him now.
I think you see that with Tegarelli, where he wanted to hit that big pass, but there was no chance he was going to hit it. But he had the confidence to take on the dribble after the big pass didn't work out. He had the confidence that he was going to win that one-on-one. And that's a big part of playing, is having confidence in yourself to be able to take on those challenges. And he rose to the challenge right away.
Kick in for Brazil coming up. And so one thing I noticed about Argentina in the first half that I thought if Brazil could get some passing going that they could take advantage of this is that Gabriel Lopez was playing an extremely high line, and it allowed for passes from the wide angles. And there's a shot by Nascimento in a 2-on-1 violation called. Argentina with a free kick coming up. And I thought that if Brazil could pass the ball out to the wide areas and take shots from the wide angles, they could beat the keeper playing such a high line. They're really not getting much movement going now.
Well, unfortunately for Brazil, they had that exact situation right there, but then they found themselves in a 2-on-1. And that comes from just not having too much possession. So when you do get the ball, you need to be prepared and play the way you're used to playing on offense. But because they haven't had too many offensive opportunities, they rushed it a little too bit, and then they found themselves in the wrong position.
Argentina kick in coming up.
Brazil having a nice little spell in the Argentine defensive zone. Let's see if they can keep it going, or if Argentina can clear it out.
Brazil ball. No, it's going to be Argentina ball.
Argentine refs literally pleading on their knees for that call, and it had worked out for them this time.
Now, this is something that you see England do a lot, and there's a spin kick, and he just missed. That ball moving a little too fast for him. Now,
surprised to see that ball get all the way through to Lopez there.
It's very tricky to defend if you're not patient, because that ball's rolling down the touchline. And what you'll see sometimes is defenders, and here's a shot.
Ready for it.
And a goal. Lipari with a long-distance goal. Bernardo Borsch teed that up right to him. He was going for Viesu, but he completely missed, and Bernardo Borsch was just too late to react on that.
Man, that was an incredible goal from the substitute.
I mean, what a shot that was. I mean, to his credit, Bernardo Borsch did hand that one right to him. You still got to score, and he did.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. You still have to put it in the back of the net, and that's exactly what he did. Didn't hesitate 1 second. He saw what he had, and he took it. Again, I think that says a lot about this Argentine team. Anyone on this roster is ready to go. Not to get ahead of ourselves, but I've had that Argentina-USA game circled on my calendar, and I'm really looking forward to it. I think those are the 2 top teams in this tournament, and Argentina is letting us know right now that they're ready.
They are indeed ready. I mean, they are putting up goals left and right. And you're seeing Argentina here, speaking of them, heavy contact between Nascimento and Tegrelli. We're going to bring that ball back to the spot of the infraction.
You're actually going to see that against Brazil, because the Brazilian player spun into the ball.
Yes.
Whereas the Argentine had it on the front of his guard. So that's why the penalty went against Brazil. Even though it was through the ball, you can still have contact. And let me tell you, sometimes it hurts even more to get hit through the ball.
That ball out to Mansour, who's going to pass across to Tegrelli. Tegrelli down to Aber Lopez. Mansour. Lipari. Mansour. Beautiful passing. Tegrelli has to hold that up for a moment.
Great catch.
Good job as Brazil kind of closed off the passing lanes a little bit. Lopez, that ball bouncing around out of play, kicking coming up for Argentina. And again, you're starting to see Argentina, even with a different lineup here, start to settle into the 4-out passing scheme.
I was just about to say that even though we didn't even get a shot on net, if you take a snapshot of those 5 or 6 passes there, that's exactly what the 4-up is all about. A little ill-advised shot there from the young Argentine.
Now, currently, all 4 Argentina players in the Brazil half. Now, Aber Lopez drops back to take on the second pivot position. Mansour, a little late on that pass.
Good look.
Gets it, though, holds it in play. And now Borsch takes it away from the party.
Beautiful play from Borsch.
Mansour.
He keeps it going. Encouraging from Brazil. Even though they don't retain possession, they get the ball out of their zone and push Argentina far back into their defensive zone. Gonna have a
technical issue here. Let's see.
An issue here.
One of the trainers coming out for Argentina to look at Lipari. It looks like a decent adjustment of his foot strap.
Just to touch on that point right before we got that whistle, at this point in the game, if you're the Brazilian coaching staff, you're looking for anything positive. It's 4-0. It doesn't feel good to be losing 4-0 in any game. But you're looking for anything positive, because this is just the start of the tournament.
Yeah.
They have a bunch more games to go, and honestly, they're going to be a little bit more on pace with the other competition in this tournament. So you want to build on the positives. Even though you're not going to get the result you're looking for right now, you still need to start stacking the positives up.
Now, you're going to see Argentina do this a lot. The kick-ins from the touchline are going to go down the touchline. All right, we've seen it multiple times in this match. And as a defender, it's very tricky to defend that. Now, Khalid Mansour called into action here. That ball's going to roll wide and out for a goal kick. When the ball's rolling down the touchline, the teammate of the kicker is going to be about 4.8 meters away, because the defender can be 5 meters away. So the other teammate's going to be about 4.8 meters away. When that ball comes rolling in, they're either going to move out of the way and let the ball roll down the touchline and control it, or they're going to punch it back to another teammate. It's very tricky for a defender because you don't really quite know how to handle it. A lot of defenders get impatient and end up knocking it out of play, which moves the kicking team closer to the attacking goal.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see how teams adjust to that. I think the USA will be fine because they've seen it before from other teams. It'll be interesting to see how the other teams, like Brazil, like Uruguay, like Canada, how are they going to defend that? Because everybody's going to play each other in this round-robin competition.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see at tournaments like this. You know, it's always exciting because all the teams get to sit and watch their competition play, you know, right before they are matched up. So you can kind of slowly but surely pick up different things. Like you have the entire U.S. national team watching this game right now. You know why? Because they play the Argentinians tomorrow.
Yes.
So they are trying to soak everything in, seeing what's going to work and what's not going to work against this team.
Oh, Gabriel Lopez nicely. That's close to a 2-on-1 violation on Brazil. Play continues. Bernardo Borges. Gabriel Lopez. Ball gets away. Lipari. Nascimento knocks it off Lipari. Well, actually, it went off of Nascimento, so it's going to. Excuse me. It did go off of Lipari, so it is going to be a Brazil kick in.
So interesting to see the formations change up throughout this game with Argentina. You had Valentino playing in the center virtually the entire game, but now he's way up the court, waiting for a pass to get to him. So
nice pass back. Mansour. Oh, and a foul on Nascimento.
Backing up.
Really smart play by Lipari, though, because
just set in right behind in his blind spot.
He was waiting. That ball sent right back to the keeper, probably unintentionally, but excuse me, to the referee. Nice play by Lipari, though, to set up behind Nascimento because he was backing up to defend and didn't realize he was back there. So free kick coming up for Argentina.
Just under 10 minutes to go here in the second half. Oh, beautiful passing.
Lipari across, saved by Gomez. Passing to Lipari. Zagarelli. That ball bounces around Nascimento, winding up the pass, but it goes right to Mansour. He's going to go over to Lipari. He's going to take a shot. That ball saved by Viseu. And Lipari couldn't get that ball. It goes out of play. Kick in Brazil. We're going to get a substitution. And it looks like Argentina is going to make a change. Khalid Mansour coming off. Coming on in his place, Nicolas Quiquen. So Quiquen is a younger player from Argentina. I personally have not seen him play yet, which is exciting because it's always fun to see new players come out here. Argentina also making another substitution. Lorenzo Lipari coming on in his place, Juan Bautista D'Angelo.
Similar to the U.S. national team, Argentina has a few new players out there that haven't had any international caps. And they also had a few notable retirements since the last World Cup. So it'll be interesting to see the new shape of this team, but so far they're looking really good.
Indeed, Juan Moretti from Argentina is no longer playing internationally. Augustin Zanoli, who was a key player for them, is retired as well. So it is interesting and fun to see the infusion of new talent in the Argentinian national team.
It's just great to see the level of competition stay so high because of the foundation that was laid by those legends of Argentina that have since retired. It's really exciting to see the level continue to grow, and it just makes me so excited about the sport.
Zagarelli into the area. Batista with a shot off of the defense. It ricocheted.
continue to spin after he hit the ball, and he ended up, it was actually a very smart play by the Brazilian to jump in there and draw the contact.
Goal kick for Brazil. Argentinian fans adding nice atmosphere to the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center.
It's really not surprising at all from their fans.
If you've ever seen a South American competition, you know there's a lot of energy.
Valentino communicating with his young goalkeeper here. Just telling his keeper exactly where to go relieves the pressure off of a young player. You know, when you have a young player coming in, we saw similar to Michael Rayton, you want to remove the pressure as much as possible, especially with your veteran players that are out there. It's a really important, it's not on the stat sheet, but it is really important for a team to remove that pressure, especially from a young player.
Eber Lopez and Fernando Nascimento going to battle here. Tegarelli winding up for a pass back across. A shot down the pitch. Oh, that ball, a shot. Oh! Batista D'Angelo, and it goes just wide. Oh my goodness. Juan Bautista D'Angelo almost had an amazing goal. Just wide.
Doesn't matter which grouping of players the Argentinians put out there, their level of play is staying very high. Their ability to keep the floor spread and pass the ball is proving to be pretty impressive.
It bodes well for them because that means you have depth. And that was one thing, you know, we've talked several times about the 2023 World Cup. When Tegarelli went out because of that red card, they had nothing. And it was challenging for them. Seeing this here is encouraging, even though they haven't played the top competition internationally yet. Seeing them out here with several substitutes is encouraging if you're the coaching staff, because it shows that you have players who can step in and make plays if needed.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from this coaching staff is, you know, if your number one players aren't ready to go, which can happen, especially in an international competition, you need to be ready for anything. And to see young players come in here and not see too much drop off in the level of plays is incredible for the Argentines.
It looks like Fernando Nascimento is going to come off for Brazil, and Eber Lopez coming off for Argentina. So we've got a couple substitutions here, one for each side. Goal kick for Argentina. That ball sticks all the way through.
Really great job off the ball from Tegarelli there to kind of fool the Brazilians, thinking he was going to hit the ball with the front of his guard and just let it go through. They flipped the court pretty quickly there.
So it looks like Pablo Ochoa is in for Argentina. And Ochoa with a spin kick all the way back up to Tegarelli. That ball went through a swath of people to find Tegarelli.
That was a little dangerous there from Argentina.
It was a little bit.
Nice play.
There's a 2-on-1 violation coming up for Brazil. Referee allows play to continue. Ochoa, Tegarelli, D'Angelo. Tegarelli with a shot saved by Viseu. And for Brazil, the player that came into the match is number 17, Simon Calista.
We were talking about earlier with the 2-on-1s being called a little bit more prevalently. It's still good to see play being let on. Oh, there it is.
A shot and a ball deflected away by Gomez. Nice save by the keeper. Hard shot by Ochoa, though. That was good power.
Ochoa wanted that one back. He had that post, that far side post, he had it wide open. He knows he missed it. You could see it in his eyes right when that hit off the keeper.
So now, Kikwen, the keeper, all four Argentinian players are in the Brazilian half at the moment. Now, Piquen shoots back into his half, still playing a high line now. Oh, heavy contact by Tecarelli. Looks like Brazil will be called for the foul for backing up. That ball hit out of play. And the power chair football gods have spoken.
Into stoppage time now. Argentina have turned the ball over a little carelessly a couple of times here in the closing moments of this game. It's not going to affect the game too much, but it's all about stacking momentum going into the next one. So hopefully they can shake that off as they are playing the U.S. national team tomorrow. We've all had that circled on our calendars for quite some time now.
Say, looking to pass. D'Angelo doing very well to defend, though, to not let that pass come back up to the top. And there's the final whistle, ladies and gentlemen. Brazil had moments where they threatened a little bit. However, Argentina mostly in control in this match, basically.
They capitalized when they needed to. I think that's all it comes down to. Despite that their passing and their spacing was much better than the Brazilians, when they needed to, they scored. And that's the difference.
So we're going to take a break. Our next match is coming up in about 40 minutes. We're going to take a break, 5 p.m. local time. It is going to be Canada, Uruguay. Final match of the day, day one. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. We'll be back in a little bit. Match number 3 about to begin. Uruguay versus Canada. For Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Hankel. And Peyton Sefik, I have to say, this match should be pretty spectacular.
Really looking forward to this one, Tony. We saw 2 of the top teams play in the first 2 games. And it'll be interesting to see Uruguay and Canada see who comes out on top. It's going to be an exciting battle. Uruguay has a little bit more experience on the international stage, especially recently, but don't sleep on Canada. They have a few players that have been together, not just in the international scene, but also in the club scene, playing together, and I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome.
One thing about Canada that I will say that's going to be a huge boon for them is having Andre Bougie out there. He is one of the strongest players in the country, and for a long time he was unable to play because he was classed as what we know as a PF3. So for those of you that don't know what classification is, it's essentially a series of tests to determine your level of ability. And for power chair football or power soccer, only PF1s and PF2s can play. And a PF1 is a lower level of ability, and a PF2 is a higher level of ability. And if you're a PF3 or a PF0, you are unable to play. And so through classification, just recently Andre Bougie was classified as a PF2, which allows him to play for Canada, which again will be a huge boost for them.
So excited for Andre. I'm fortunate enough to play club games against Andre every year, as we're both in the northeast of North America. And he's a spectacular person, but also just a fierce competitor. So he loves the sport of power soccer, and I know that he's going to bring on his all this tournament, and I'm just really excited for him to be able to compete against some of the best teams in the world. So congrats to him for being able to get out here and go Team Canada.
Shot on goal by Uruguay, saved by Canada. Kicking coming up.
Uruguay off to a hot start.
They are indeed.
Excited to see what they bring to the table. They go toe to toe. Uruguay is interesting because they might not have the premier players that Team USA or Argentine national team does, but they come to play and they don't back down from a fight. So I'm really looking forward to it, especially Fran in the middle there. We're going to be seeing a lot of him on the ball. So yeah, exciting.
So we're going to do a re-kick because it looks like there was a little bit of confusion about who the designated goalkeeper was for Canada. It is Caroline Seguin.
Caroline, I also get to play against Caroline every year. And there's one player that, if there's one player out on the court that I'm terrified of, it's actually Caroline. She's a sweet person, but out on the court she is fearless, and she does not care if she catches you with her guard on the sphincter. So be careful of her while you're out there. It'll be interesting to see playing at this high level because we know that the refs call a tight game. So Canada's going to need to keep that in check going throughout this tournament. Make sure that they don't get too much contact fouls. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Speaking of, big contact there, but referee Doug Wolf plays on.
That ball out of play off of Bougie. Kicking coming up for Uruguay.
This Uruguay team has been together for a long time. The core elements of the team have been playing together for a long time. That's going to help them throughout this tournament.
Indeed. So Francisco Villa now taking on Andre Bougie. And there is a foreign object on the pitch, so we're going to stop play momentarily. It looks like the nameplate for Bougie fell off his joystick. So we're going to have a set ball just outside the Canada goal area.
No advantage either way. The ball is kind of in a neutral position between two players, so we're going to get a set ball. Great control. Just
a little too wide on the turn for Lucia Barbosa, and she couldn't quite keep it in play.
Great give and go there from Canada.
And that ball looks like it's going to roll along the touchline. It's out off of Francisco Ville. now Jaden Chaban for Canada will start play up again. Bougie, that ball sent wildly out of play. Kicking coming up for Uruguay.
Lucina and Fran are going to be playing in the middle together often. She's on the kick.
Ball bouncing around. Bougie. Chaban sends a pass to nobody. Looks like she was trying to go for a return to Bougie, but Lucia Barbosa cut him off so he couldn't get down there.
Good way to stick with your positioning from Uruguay there. And on the other side, not a bad play from Canada, but they're going to have to find that pass in the future to really affect the play moving forward. Strong play from Fran here.
Now only Caroline Seguin in the goal area for Canada. Evan Palmer makes a play, stepping into the area. He scoops that out.
Great
Marco
defense.
Diaz, nicely done.
Good job from Evan Palmer there. Talks of him going to play in the States actually with the USPSA in Auburn.
He is actually playing at Auburn. He used to play here at Ability 360 with me, and then he graduated high school over the summer, and Coach Zach Dickey recruited him to go play with the Auburn Tigers. And so now he's learning from Zach Dickey, who is honestly one of the best coaches you could have for a player like Evan.
Yeah, really exciting to see power soccer grow like that, not just at the club level, but also seeing major universities getting involved in the U.S. It's incredible to see what they've done down in Auburn, advancing to the Premier Cup this year. So, and I think the future is very bright, not just because of them, but hopefully other universities joining the fray in the near future.
Now, although Auburn is not the first university-affiliated power soccer program, they are certainly the most well-supported at the moment, which is wonderful to see.
Definitely.
So Francisco Bild working against the Canadian defense, Carlos Seguin, Andre Bougie along the goal line, and Francisco Bild just working one-on-one. He had that ball stripped away, and now Evan Palmer backing out to avoid the two-on-one. That ball out of play, kicking coming up for Uruguay.
A lot of pressure early in this game from Uruguay.
Barbosa into Palmer, who sends it right back out.
Fran wanted that ball a little faster. He had gotten position inside the box on the defender. It sealed out Andre. Unfortunately, the ball didn't come in as soon as he had hoped.
So now Francisco Bild will take the kick.
Weighing his options.
Doesn't look like he has very many from this vantage point. Seguin sends it out. Francisco Bild winds up, sends a shot across. And Marco Diaz just a little late. That ball just a little wide.
Let's see the replay on that one. Weighing out the options. Caroline thought she had cleared it out, but
very dangerous for Canada.
Indeed. They are lucky to keep this 0-0.
Francisco Bild, Bougie, Barbosa has it. That ball out of play. Kick in. Uruguay. 8th minute of the match, still scoreless.
Marco Diaz on that far side hasn't seen the ball too often, but like we saw in that last play, the ability to get the ball over there is there for Uruguay. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Now I will say, of the 3 matches that we've seen today now, these 2 squads, and there's a shot, and a goal, Marco Diaz!
Beautiful. Just as we said. Lucia doing a great job sealing off Caroline. Big kick here.
And Bougie was just late getting across. And so, strategically speaking, when you have somebody, an attacker, blocking off that top person in the wall, that's a signal to the person along the goal line to shoot across, and then the person at the top has to cover the near post.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that signal was just not relayed between Caroline and Andre. So that's something that Canada needs to be watching out for, because clearly Uruguay is looking to send the ball to the far side as often as possible.
And Marco Diaz is such a wonderful finisher for Uruguay. He scored so many goals for them at that far post.
Canada looking to work it out of their own zone. a little breathing room after.
And that ball off the knees of Jaden Shaban. So we'll have a set ball just to the left of the center line.
Not envy Fran here. Andre is a stout player. Not afraid to use all of his chair to push through you.
To be fair, Francisco is very good one-on-one. In fact,
Indeed.
I would say it's probably his biggest strength is his ability to take people one-on-one.
Indeed. I'm looking forward to the rest of this game. It's shaping up to be a good one.
Barbosa into Bill. Bill splits the two defenders. Seguin at the top of the area, now dragged out of the area. Bougie has to be careful to stay back there. He's just outside 2-on-1 range. And now Evan Palmer takes that ball. And I have to say, Peyton, I'm a little surprised by Canada's inability to move the ball right now.
I think we saw a little bit of a breakdown in communication between the two center players there, and it allowed Uruguay to just press the advantage a little bit. You know, it's early in this tournament. I'm not exactly sure how much Canada has been able to train together over the past, 6 months to a year leading up to this tournament. So if they haven't been able to get together too often, it's going to be tough for them, especially if they're not communicating as much as they can be. So that's going to be one of the easiest ways for them to come together as a squad on the pitch, just talk as much as possible.
Foul on Andre Bougie gives Uruguay a direct free kick to the right of the center line. Francisco Vild, a shot direct into Bougie. Vild winds up off of Palmer, saved by Seguin. Ball's out of play, kicking coming up for Uruguay.
It's a big play here.
Indeed.
They capitalized on the last time the ball was at the top of the box. Let's see if they can do it again. Let's see if Canada can balance out what happened.
So 12th minute of the match as the sun starts to set here in Phoenix, Arizona. On a lovely day, I have to say. I know we're inside. The weather is gorgeous today.
Listen, I'm coming from upstate New York, Tony. Anything above 50 degrees is beautiful for me. So thanks for having us.
Our pleasure, sir. So we've got a couple substitutions for Canada coming into the match. Emily Santoni and Mathieu Desroches for Evan Palmer and Jaden Shaban.
These players have since separated on the club team, but they were all playing on the same club team for a little while. Juni Sports.
A long pass out to Ville, back to Barbosa, who winds up for a spin kick.
Good look.
Into Seguin. Desroches with it now. He rushed that ball and it goes out for a kick in.
Caroline set herself up in a really good spot there to defend that pass across from Barbosa. Canadian fans are coming alive here.
Barbosa. And that ball blocked by Desroches and Seguin.
Dangerous.
The cross cut off by Seguin. And heavy contact. Play continues. Barbosa driving towards the post. And looks like we're gonna get a 2-on-1 violation potentially.
I think it happened a little right before the contact.
We're gonna bring it back up to the top of the area.
And that goes back to Caroline wearing the keeper penny coming outside of the box, and Andre just not giving her enough space. Again, communication breakdown for Team Canada here.
When the goalkeeper is at the top of the area or outside the area, the defender has to sit along the goal line because it's 5 meters from the goal line to the top of the area.
Especially as a player like Andre who wants to be involved in the play as much as possible. It's hard to stay back on that line. He had a shot there.
Francisco Ville takes a shot. That ball splits the defenders. They get it under control. Ville looking to pass it out. Barbosa waiting for a pass.
So much space outside the box here.
Francisco Ville with a little hold-up play, forcing the defense to come out, and it worked. And that ball went out. And in that moment, what Francisco Ville did with holding the ball is he wanted the defender to come out to create space. And for Bougie, he closed it off enough that Uruguay couldn't get a pass off. Ville all the way across. Marco Diaz with a shot and a goal again. Marco Diaz.
Just an incredible shot from Marco here. Last time we saw this play, Marco put it on that far post. As we see in the replay, Andre, thinking he's going to go back to that far post, gets burned because Marco had already done that, and he knew, I'm just going to shoot it back to the near post.
And Seguin did not drop down to the near post to stop that shot from coming through. And so it's another goal for Uruguay. They're looking quite potent out here right now.
Clinical finishing by Marco Diaz on that far side. He's living a striker's dream right now. 2 touches, 2 goals.
You can't ask for much more efficiency than that.
Big contact here in the middle of the floor.
That was another warning from referee Doug Wolf.
This is where Team Canada needs to get something going. They've been on defense the entire first half. 15 minutes in, that's a lot of pressure to absorb. Let's see if they can release a little pressure right here.
Now, the 3 attacking players for Canada all played together at one point, as you mentioned, for Juni Sport. And Andre Bougie swings wildly and misses. The pass across to De Roche. Francisco Ville goes slamming into De Roche.
Contact there, no call.
Referee had the whistle ready, decided not to blow it for a foul. This is the deepest that Canada has made it into Uruguay's territory so far this match.
Nice, Andre.
Bougie working against Francisco Ville. The pass out. Santini dropped a little too deep, and honestly, that's not really a pass that you want to make, going backwards like that.
I think that was just the number 9 for Uruguay is just too stout on his one-on-one play. He's locked in right now, and he knows that he's one of the best ball handlers out there, and he's taking full advantage of that.
Marco Diaz with an acrobatic shot there. He couldn't quite get around it enough to get that shot on target.
Love the creativity, though.
Certainly. So it's the 18th minute, and Canada have absolutely no answers for Uruguay right now.
Yeah, we keep talking about stacking the positives, whether you're winning or losing. Canada hasn't seen too many of those, so we're really hoping here that they can get a few positives going into the half. Not necessarily score a goal. Obviously, that would be very welcome for Canada, but just get a few plays going, relieve some of that pressure as they're trying to do right here.
Now there's a little bit of passing, just not enough force on those passes with the front of your chair, right? Looks like we're going to get a substitution for Canada. We're going to have a double switch here.
Canada's still looking for that combination that's going to start working for them.
Santini and De Roche coming off, Chavan and Regan Funk coming into the match. And they really are struggling right now just to find any combination to get the ball moving and at least retain some possession here.
On the other side of things, Uruguay, they're in full command of this game. If I'm the coaching staff, I'm very excited with what I've put out there on tape so far. But that's not to say that their job is done. They have a whole nother half to go, and honestly, I think the coaching staff would like to put in a couple more goals for the amount of possession that they've got.
They say 2-0 is the most dangerous lead in football.
They do say that. I've been on both sides of it.
Same. And have ended up on both sides of that.
Indeed.
Foul for contact on the play gives Uruguay a free kick. Francisco Wild, cut off by Bougie. Wild sends it all the way across the pitch and out for a Canada kick in.
An ill-advised hit there.
You see what he was attempting to do? It just, the turn was too late. The ball was too far at the edge of his guard.
Yeah.
He just couldn't quite get it where he wanted it to.
These are the moments for Team Canada that you need to capitalize on and have a sustained possession.
That ball is out of play. Kicking for Uruguay. We are in added time. Uruguay leading 2-0 over Canada.
Canadian coaching staff directing traffic over here, trying to firm up their formation. See what Uruguay can do to counter it. Great play from Fran. Trying to build up another possession here for Uruguay. They saw so much of the ball in the first 15 minutes. Let's see if they can dominate the closing moments of this half.
Barbosa into Bougie. That ball rolling over the center line and out of play. Another kick in for Uruguay. And Canada just don't have any answers right now, Peyton.
No, you know, I'm not really sure what they need to tweak, quite honestly. I think they need to crisp up some of their passing because when they've had an opportunity to get the ball moving, it's just been a miss hit here and there, and Uruguay's right back down in their end. So
it's really about technique and like the fundamental things, right? That you're seeing out here with the passing. It's like a nick off the edge of the guard, not enough force into a bump at the front of the chair, right?
Yeah.
It's just some fundamental techniques that are lacking at the moment. Barbosa with a shot off of Seguin. Francisco Wild back to Barbosa. Ricochet between Bougie and Barbosa. There's the halftime whistle. And it is complete domination right now for Uruguay.
Yep, they had about 95% possession in that first half. We'll see what the second half holds for us, but right now Uruguay is running away with this one, 2-0.
We're at halftime. We'll come back with the second half. Uruguay lead 2-0 over Canada. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. Canada and Uruguay, second half about to begin. Canada up 2-0. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel, Power Soccer Shop. I'm Tony Jackson. And joining me once again for the final 20 minutes of day one from CNY United, Hayden Sepik.
Hey Tony, we saw Uruguay dominate that first half, score two beautiful goals from Marco Diaz on that far wing. Let's see if they can keep building from here if Canada has an answer.
Some changes for Canada coming out into the second half as Francisco Ville takes a shot, goes wide and behind Marco Diaz. Now in goal for Canada, Evan Palmer. On the far side, Andre Bougie. In the middle, Jaden Chaban. And here on our near side, Regan Funk. And so now Evan Palmer is going to take the goal kick. Now you're seeing this style of goal kick more these days where the goalkeeper will take the kick and they go wide to the wing players. Diaz over to Ville, over to Barbosa, who touches the ball and she's just a little too heavy on the touch. It rolls up for a goal kick.
And that's the danger of taking a goal kick like that, especially when you have a hard hit coming out from the goal kick. It can easily bounce to the defense and become a disaster.
And now the problem with that goal kick, if I may be a coach for a second, is the angle from the hit from Chaban was too flat and needed to be more direct towards Regan Funk.
Indeed.
Barbosa into Ville. Close to a 2-on-1 violation, and it's going to be called Bougie and Funk, just too close.
That was a good call by head referee Doug Wolf. There was some contact there, but the 2-on-1 happened beforehand. I wouldn't be surprised if Ville saw that coming and positioned himself in the right spot to get that call. It was a really smart play by a veteran player.
Funk over to Ville.
Nice touch.
Francisco Ville, again, one of the best one-on-one players you're going to see this week. Francisco Ville driving.
Oh, there it is.
Looking for space. Ville across, blocked off. Barbosa picks it up for Uruguay. And that ball is going to go out of play. Kick in coming up for Uruguay.
Marco Diaz is on this far side, just hunting a goal. Hunting his third goal to get his hat trick. Already has a brace in this game. We might see it here. Oh,
Evan Palmer.
Tenacious defense there from Evan Palmer.
All the way down the pitch, and that's going to roll wide and out.
Canada relieving pressure early in this. They absorbed so much pressure in that first half. Let's see if they can keep the ball down on Uruguay's end, or if Uruguay's going to march right back down the court. We'll see.
Now you're seeing again that newer style of goal kick. This ball going to Francisco Ville from Dario Romano. And you need more pace on that in order for that to be effective. That pass across, Bougie winds up into Ville.
Ill-advised hit there from Andre. Fran had that covered. You know, there was no chance that ball's going to go through a chair.
And in that moment, you could use the front of your chair and punch it back to the person who sent it to you to create some movement in that defense.
Yeah, fortunately for Canada, it did go out. They retained possession. Let's see if they can build something a little bit.
Nice little give and go from Canada. Making a little bit of movement here.
See, Barbosa seems to be everywhere on the court. We always talk about Fran and how skilled he is in the middle, but Barbosa is just as tenacious out there. She's playing really well.
Now Bougie dragging Barbosa into the area. Francisco Ville the pass, and no one there for Canada.
Seemed like it was going to be their first good look.
And absolutely no one was there on the far side.
Andre is talking about it right now, making sure they fill those gaps next time.
Bougie set to take the kick.
Canada, they don't really have an option right here. Let's see what they go for. Potentially just going to try to hit it off the defense for a corner kick.
That ball off of Francisco Ville. Another kick in coming up for Canada. If you're going to do this, having Funk next to Barbosa isn't really serving the Canada attack at the moment.
She's just signaling, she's putting herself out of position there. She needs to do something to affect the defense a little bit, and unfortunately she's just another defender out there where she's positioned.
It makes it much easier for Dario Romano, the goalkeeper, to just jump up and cut that off as he did right there.
Indeed.
And now Bougie dragging Barbosa Again, Bougie across to Funk. Not a lot of pace on that pass. Bill picks it up and heads the other way for Uruguay.
You know, although that pass wasn't completed because there wasn't enough pace on it, at least there was a player over there for Canada. So we are seeing some success there, even though the pass wasn't completed. At least they had someone in the right space.
Diaz looking for a third goal. He's not really a one-on-one shooter or player. He's really more of a wait and snipe it out kind of player. Let's see what he does here. Barboza back to Diaz. Barboza setting up for a 180 spin kick, and she goes for it. She saw Regan Funk behind her, and that caused her to miss that.
Funk just affected that play enough. She got herself in a good position to disrupt the 180 kick there from Barboza, and you know, that was a daft play by Funk there.
And it looks like another joystick name placard fell out. Barboza to Ville. Francisco Ville taking on Jaden Chaban.
Oh, nice touch.
That ball rolling towards the touchline. Still in. Francisco Ville a little too heavy on the touch, and the turn gives Canada the ball. 27th minute. Uruguay 2, Canada 0.
That's one Fran wants back. You know, he's in a dangerous position down there. He thought he had the deflection off the Canadian player, and unfortunately it just didn't go his way. Nice play. Beautiful.
Barboza.
Oh, yeah.
Onto the pitch. And that ball is deflected off Chaban. It's going to be a corner kick. That was Uruguay.
Beautiful passing play from Uruguay. They kind of absorbed a little pressure, but they bend but didn't break there. So let's see if they can get a nice set piece here. Marco Diaz ready to score his third, I would assume.
And I have to imagine that his teammates are very much looking forward to giving him that opportunity.
France set up pretty low
Barboza.
here. That is not what they wanted to do.
It looks like we're going to get a substitution for Canada. It looks like Andre Bougie coming off, Regan Funk coming off. Coming on in their place, Emily Santani and Caroline Seguin.
Caroline's going to be playing out, not wearing the goalie or the keeper penny. Not something we usually see from her, as she also plays keeper on her club team, Montreal.
Barboza driving, trying to get around Palmer and Chaban.
This could be potentially a dangerous area for Canada here.
Barboza trying to get around Evan Palmer. And I will say, having played with and against and coached Evan Palmer, he's very good one-on-one. It's a very tough proposition for Barboza. Oh, and a shot by Francisco Ville. Marco Diaz was right there. Let's see if we can get a replay of that real quick. That was very dangerous.
What a pass.
What a turn by Francisco Ville. Let's watch this again.
Incredible. Incredible pass here.
Wonderful. And Marco Diaz, he crept up. He was just a little hesitant.
He was in a really good spot to receive that pass. It was just had so much pace on it. I don't think he did not anticipate Fran being able to hit the ball that hard.
And that would have been an easy third goal for him if he were to make contact with it. Barboza driving towards the post, pressuring Canada again. Evan Palmer at the edge of the goal area, half of his chair actually out of the area. However, as long as at least a part of his chair is on that line, he is considered in the goal area. Corner kick, Uruguay coming up.
Well done by Canada not to give up a 2-on-1 call there. They still have to defend against the corner, though.
So Barboza in a high position, kind of in the middle of the goal area. Marco Diaz waiting.
We've seen two set-piece goals from Uruguay here. Got some motion.
Little motion. Barboza with space and a shot. Saved off the line. Oh, my goodness.
That ball was half over the line, Tony. Great save by Evan Palmer.
It was indeed. And Palmer dangerously far behind the line. Now Palmer pushes through Diaz. Palmer trying to work around Barboza. And he gets around Barboza. Evan Palmer now pushing. Santani is to his left. A shot off of Francisco Ville. And Ville will take it the other way.
Keeps it in. Great play.
Nicely done by Francisco Ville. Smart play to let Palmer send it out. Now, Palmer had a passing option. Emily Santani was to his left, and she was wide open.
I think that's just kind of speaking to Canada not having possession enough to really be comfortable with that. But this game,
Shot across. Diaz with a shot in.
off the post and in.
Oh my goodness, that one just snuck in.
That's a hat trick.
Marco Diaz, absolutely lethal at that far post. It didn't look like he was going to make that in. That just bounced off the post.
Lucia did a great job sealing off the defender and then getting out of the way for her teammate to poke that ball in the goal. So after a tumultuous start to this half for Uruguay, they did find their third goal for Marco Diaz. He has a hat trick. I believe that makes him the highest scorer of the tournament so far.
So far, he is in first position for the Golden Boot. However, we still have 3 more days and 18 more matches to go.
3's not going to do it in this tournament, Tony.
Not with the USA waiting in the wings.
That being said, Marco Diaz is having a dream start to this Copa America. He must be very excited. All of Uruguay is going to be excited after this game.
And there's actual shot from a deflection, saved by Romano.
Great job by Fran to turn that ball out.
And a 2-on-1 violation on Canada. So at some point, if you're a wing player, an outfield player, at some point if you're getting dragged down the pitch, there's a point where you have to let go of the ball.
Indeed. And that comes from court vision, but it also comes from your teammates communicating with you, because obviously you have your eye on the ball and you're the direct opponent that you're up against. So you don't want to give up the ball just because you think someone's back there. You need to know your teammates are there.
Oh, and a feint by Francisco Ville puts pressure on Canada again.
Oh, nobody's there.
Oh, Lucia Barbosa dropped back way too far. Great pass by Francisco Ville, and no one there to collect the gift. So Canada will take the ball. Ball a little strong for Charan. The deflection over to Santini. And now carries the ball towards the touchline, towards the corner, tries to get around Francisco Ville, and he just takes that ball away. Nice fake by Ville, gets around Charan, and now Palmer retreats into the goal area.
Ville seems to thrive in that transition. When you think Canada's about to have a nice opportunity on offense, Ville comes out of nowhere and turns the ball around and takes it all the way back down the court. That can be really disheartening for a team, especially Canada, who hasn't had too many opportunities on offense. You see a flash of the goal, and you blink your eyes, and Uruguay's back down on your end.
Look at Marco Diaz looking for a 4th goal as he waits outside the area. Now he shoots in a little bit. That ball to Barbosa to Ville, who wanted to pass it across, couldn't get there. Nicely done by Chaban to prevent him from taking a swing on that ball.
Great positioning from Diaz here, making himself available to his teammates.
That ball's out of play. Nice attempt by Francisco Ville. You understood what he was trying to do there, trying to keep the ball in and turn around to get a better position on it. Just let it roll out.
I wanted that to stay in really bad because we saw that ball coming all the way across to the goal scorer Diaz over here.
Santini.
Soft pass here.
Very soft pass. However, it gets around Francisco Ville. Lucia Barbosa. And now a break for Canada. Seguin across to Santini. Santini with a shot saved by Romano. The pass out to Seguin. Barbosa's blind to the ball. Pass. Santini with a shot saved by Barbosa. And a 2-on-1 violation on Canada. Bails out Uruguay.
Seems like Canada has found a nice line here. Having a really good possession there. They've had a couple of breakaways, as we were talking about France's transition defense, but that one went Canada's way, and they've strung together a few passes. Definitely encouraging from the Canadians.
And so, if you take that note right there, wonderful pass by Francisco Ville. Marco Diaz teeing up a potential shot. He's going to hold on to that ball. Nicely done. Marco Diaz a little too far on the turn, though. Gives Chaban the ball back.
I don't mind that play at all from Marco. You know, this game is in the waning moments at this point. There's only 5 minutes to go, and you get the ball deep in your offensive zone. You want to hold it there. My only critique about that is to hold the ball. You know, you don't have to pass that back into the middle. You have the ball all the way down on offense. You have 3 goals over your opponent. Just hold on to it for a little while. Make them sweat it out. Make them make a mistake instead of sending it back into the middle and getting a turnover.
Substitution for Canada sees Andre Bougie. Is that a shot? Oh, it was a shot wide. Andre Bougie and Mathieu Desroches back into the match for Canada. And for Uruguay, substitutions, it looks like Dario Romano coming off and Lucia Barboza coming off and coming on, making his tournament debut. Both Nicolas Pulas in goal, and it brings me great pleasure to say this name once again. It's been a long time since we've seen him out on the pitch. Number 20 for Uruguay, Juan Platero.
Platero, a veteran of the Uruguay team. Great to see him out here. He looks to get involved very early.
Platero making moves, trying to get around Palmer.
Oh, yeah.
Driving towards the post. Palmer turns him away.
Good defense by Canada in the end, but encouraging to see the substitute coming in.
Heavy contact.
Going to get a call against Canada there.
Evan Palmer too heavy.
Contact through the ball still counts as contact. Uruguay looking scary on all fronts here. Marco Diaz on that far side is not done yet. He's hidden himself from the Canadian team right now.
He is looking for number 4. Can he get it? Juan Platero screening. Francisco Bill cut off by Mathieu Desroches. Bill will take another shot all the way across. Pass over to Diaz. Back out to Pulas, who's not going to get that ball. Evan Palmer, smart play to disrupt that. Now, I was talking to Juan Platero because, quite frankly, it was a surprise to see him here because he hadn't played in so long. He had retired several years ago, and I asked him what prompted him to return. And he said it was the passing of his dear friend, Nico Sibios, who used to play goalkeeper for not only the club team, but also for the national team, Uruguay. And so Nico Sibios passed away, and that is what prompted him to come back.
It's a beautiful story. Unfortunately, one we're all too familiar with in power soccer. But, you know, we love to see the thirst for competition, and to honor your friend like that is truly incredible. Yeah, you know, it's excited to have him out here and to immediately get subbed in and affect the play and get a shot on goal. That just kind of speaks to his character and also to his drive in this tournament. We were talking at halftime about the importance of, because, you know, let's be honest, this zone is dominated by 2 teams, Argentina and the U.S. But there's 3 teams that are going to be going to the World Cup from this qualifier. So that's really exciting for Uruguay to come out in this first game to be playing at such a high level. That bodes well for them in this tournament.
Yes, so it will be the top 2 teams plus Argentina. However, if Argentina finish 1 or 2, it'll be the 3rd place team that goes.
And the reason for that is Argentina is hosting the next World Cup.
Correct. Pass across Diaz, backing away from that pass. Francisco Villas takes a shot. Evan Palmer with the save. Palmer clears it out. Close to a 2-on-1 violation. A lot of congestion here on this near touchline. Francisco Villas now with the ball. Palmer holds on to it. Francisco Villas, nicely done by Palmer. Pass to Bougie. An attack on Uruguay's goal area. Bougie looking to get something going for Canada. Ball still in play. And that was off the back of Bougie. Smart play, just not the right angle for that punch. And we're going to get a substitution for Canada.
It's also looking like 1 minute of extra time.
Andre Bougie coming off, coming on in his place, Regan Funk. Rojas, the goalkeeper for Uruguay, going to take this kick and send it into Francisco Vil.
It's one of those moments in a game where if you're Uruguay, although you want to score as many goals as possible, it's much more important to not give any goals up.
Indeed. That goal difference is going to come into play at some point. And we are going to get one more substitution for Uruguay. It looks like Lucia Barbosa and Martin Gonzalez are both coming into the match.
Trying to shore this game up.
Francisco Vil is going to come off, so is Marco Diaz. So that will end his scoring streak for this match. Wonderful performance by Diaz, by the way. 3 goals.
Incredible start to the tournament. That's a dream start for any power soccer player, for any player of power soccer. So, you know, him and his team are very excited with how this is going. And on the other side, Canada has a lot to work on. You know, there's no hope. Like, they still have hope. They had some good pieces to check out on tape, but I'd like to see them communicate more. I'd like them to kind of shore up which lines they're going to go with. It doesn't really seem like we've seen every combination so far in one game.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of confusion for Canada and how to go, right? And that's the final whistle, ladies and gentlemen. Uruguay with a very dominating 3-0 win. To continue and finish that thought, you know, as players, you know as well as I do the importance of chemistry with your team out there. And if you're constantly switching who's out there and mixing who's out there with who, it's very difficult to gain any kind of chemistry, any kind of language. You form a language with your teammates when you're out there. And you can't do that if you're constantly mixing people up.
It's not just verbal language either. You know, there's subtle body language movements, subtle eye glances that really affect how you play with your teammates. So if you don't have a cohesive group to go through a tournament with, it gets really tricky as players, but also as a coaching staff on who you're going to trust and which combinations you're going to put out there. On the other side of it, though, Uruguay seems like they know their combos and they're ready to march through this tournament. It's going to be exciting to watch.
3 matches, 3 shutouts. The United States, Argentina, and Uruguay, all winners today. And we'll be back tomorrow for day 2, a full slate of matches starting at 9:30 a.m. local time. For Peyton Sefik, I'm Tony Jackson. You've been watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. We will see you tomorrow.